anything.
I will.
And sometimes
I
they mute
if
people.
I
swear.
moderate like 4 Discord servers.
We're on stage.
Hi,
Prisha's
everybody.
a Discord mod, and we've got Discord kittens. How's it going, kids?
We
Hi,
are meeting
everybody.
the god of disruption, so this is appropriate.
It's true. Hi, everybody. What? Okay. Okay, I'm just going to remind you, you have a mirror behind you.
Yes, you do. I was just going to get the Prisha.
I know.
one.
I just
What's
feel like
going
this needs
on?
to be said before we get too far. Okay, cool.
No, I'm over here just like, fuck Joe, guys.
Yeah.
The
Yep.
mirror.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Well, you guys heard me say it, right? Hey, everybody. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a place where we roll dice, we tell stories, and we create magic. Happy Friday the 13th, everyone. We are here with our beautiful, awesome friends in the Unearthed Arcanum. You guys aren't hearing music, are you? I'm just noticing that because I'm hearing it really loudly. Let me
Hey, everybody.
fix that. Hi. Okay, yeah. While I'm fixing that, everybody take a look at your camera, wave, and say hi.
Happy birthday, Maddie.
Yay.
Praise be to Osteál.
She's not watching, but
Happy birthday,
anyway.
Maddie.
There you go, Maddie.
Praise Osteál.
Praise Osteál.
Is this gonna be forever? I don't know what's happening. You guys are hearing it now, right?
Yes.
Cool. Welcome. For those that have no idea what this is, why am I so short? What's happening today?
That's how
For
much we
those-
stressed you out before the game.
I guess I shrunk. For those that are wondering what the hey this is, hi, we're a D&D live stream that runs every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. This one, having 5 parties living, existing, and breathing in the same homebrew world, the wonderful, beautiful world of Astera. Welcome. Announcements. New moon. First off, actually, I'm going to say the first announcement is a shout out to Brandon being awesome and making it so that we don't have what we had last night or last session happen again with having our slides in a different box. So that we don't see, the ultimate secret that Tomb is Osteál.
That was just an end game campaign spoiler that I'm surprised we're even still like going.
If you guys want to stop now, I understand.
Yeah.
I get it. I mean, it's really been all ruined. But yeah, announcements. New moon. We are looking for a new player for our Tuesday campaign, of which Kay down here is also part of. So if you are interested in joining in a weekly Tuesday session with why are you guys looking at me weird?
No,
What?
we're looking at Kay.
Hey,
She's
he's
frozen.
Oh, great. Good. Kay, I put you front and center.
No.
Anyways, perfect time to talk about it. There they are. Kay, welcome to the program. We're just gonna do like a interview thing now. Anyways, new moon. We need a player. So if you're interested in joining and taking part in the wonderful world that is Astera, you can do so by going to hold for applause. No, don't hold for applause because I can't do things anymore. Okay, great. You can go to startplaying.games/it's a long story. Jesus. Startplaying.games/GM/it's a long story. It's so small in this screen, but it's also in the video description below, so you can check that out. Please and thank you. You could also that's a good place to be able to see any of our one shots that we'll be having. They'll be coming up probably later on in the summer, as we having to take a little break as I am prepping for all other things that are happening with you people. Yes, you. Also, New Moon will be off for at least the next couple weeks, as we have a number of players that will be either out of town or in a different campaign currently. So we are going to be taking a little bit of a break. We will still be playing, but we are going to be playing Daggerheart. So we'll be doing a little Daggerheart one shot. For those who are unfamiliar, it's a super cool system that I'm very excited to be jumping in and taking part of. Yes, Brandon, screen is working great. Thank you so much. Love you. Everybody say, Brandon, love you.
Love you.
You're all right,
Brandon.
You're okay. Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, you're fine.
That was
Hey, Brandon.
Ouch.
Yeah, that was just a lot of noise. Cool. Yeah. So please, please feel free to watch that. We'll probably be streaming that starting this Tuesday. Brandon, do you have your character all done? Actually, Kay, do you have your character all done? Kay, have you started your character?
No, I sure have not, Joe.
That seems about right.
Kiki, you see what I deal with?
Listen.
Maybe you should give me admin rights and take some of the work off your table.
Yeah.
In other news,
Sick.
I will gladly, as soon as I figure out how to do that, I promise, Kiki. I'm an old man.
Justice for Miri.
No, Miri, no.
Justice for Miri.
Absolutely not. Also, the month of July, from July 12th through the 19th, I will be out of town. So you will not be having games then. So we'll be off for all of that week. I promise you guys I will adjust it on Start Playing as soon as I remember it, which will be probably July 11th. Just
And
kidding.
while
I'll
you
figure it
do that, I will be at a My Chemical Romance concert on July 11th.
out. Ooh, yeah. Are you going back 10 years? Like, are you going back?
No, it's their last tour.
You realize this is like being recorded.
Yeah.
Like everyone's gonna know that you're
All
going.
right, you guys.
Oh shit.
Leave them alone.
Yeah, be nice to me. Be nice to me. Jess says to be nice.
I have little problem with My Chemical Romance. No, I have almost no problem with My Chemical Romance. I just wish that you were seeing them 10 years in the past.
I would have been a very different person if I were seeing them 10 years ago.
I wouldn't be. I was exactly the same. I do not age. Okay.
Okay.
I do not.
Sure.
Yeah. No, I decay. I just don't age. All right. Let's. Guys, brain is not working today at all. What's next? Who's on recap? I don't care. What is it? Who is on recap? Great. Awesome. If you're wanting to support the channel, the best way to do so is to like and subscribe where you're watching this, whether that is on YouTube or Twitch. You can also check out our Instagram and TikTok down below at its_a_long_story_TTRPG. Please and thank you. We really love it. Also, this is a live stream, so feel free to jump in and say hi. We love having you say hi to us, to me, to anyone, and being a part of this story. So please and thank you. Cool. Before we jump into tonight's session, oh boy, we need to get a recap of where we left off with the party. So, Rachel, please take it away.
Okay, so we start the session with Prim still unconscious, but then she wakes up and sees Maeve creeping around the woods and is a little weirded out by that. Then she starts coming to. The party is all standing in Gwen's protective shell thing where people can't spy on us or hear us when we're talking, and Kara is still upset / weirded out with her encounter with the mirror and figuring out that something in her brain is broken.
Rachel, pause for a second and get the EV Mux crash. Go ahead.
Cool. Okay. And Kara is very suspicious of the party because that's Kara. But Gwen especially talks to her, but Io, Alistair, everybody, about the fact that this was her plan that we are going along with, that she needed this to happen to help save Maeve, and that she really thought it best that before all this happened and broke herself, that the party needs to go along with it, and that she didn't really want to know exactly what was happening. So we all kind of calmed down, and Kara's in a better-ish place, I think, about just knowing that something's wrong, but it's not necessarily a terrible, bad, tricky thing. Then she tells the party about her deal she made with Anatholis, and that she's gonna need Alistair, Gwen, and Io to fix that when it comes time, because it's probably gonna go real wrong once she becomes the Queen of Air and Darkness, and Anatholis is still very hungry. As they're talking about the Nathalis, Prem brings up Cavish and the family and the fact that they were involved with banishing the Nathalis or trying to kill it, not sure. But then that's when Prixa tells everyone about her party with New Moon and the encounter they had with the family, and basically that they're pretty sure they killed everybody and they're all gone. Prim, for obvious reasons, absolutely loses her shit. She goes and starts beating up a tree, and so that she doesn't beat up Prixa, and is very, very emotional and upset about this. It's another loss in her life. And then as they keep talking, the party also draws connections between knowing some of the people in Priscia's party, such as the lion fellow turns out had stolen their good bacon. So, and when they were in Dare's Wharf. So as Prim comes back from beating up the tree, she does ask Gwen to use sending to try and contact some people in the family to see if anybody's still alive. And Gwen ends up talking to this adorable little turtle kid named Tomb, who we now all suspect is some type of immortal. But for right now, he's just a cute little kid that lets Gwen and of course Prim know that they are still alive. There are people still alive. He's there with his grandma, but all of the leaders are dead, and he doesn't really know what's going on, but they're trying to get themselves figured out. After that, there's lots and lots of talking back and forth. Alistair ends up giving Miri a marble. She tries to hit it at him, but it goes to sleep from her hammer, so that was fun. And then Miri asks Io to send a message to Graham just to say hi. That's it. And then Gwen and Kara are still talking about how to handle her broken split brain, and they decide that their code word for when something comes up that's confusing or Kara might not remember, they just are gonna look at each other and say fuckboy. And then Gwen, with her big brain, decides to do a legend lore on the ritual that locked away the Nathalis. Trying to go back to tackling this problem of we're now going to unleash the Nathalis to help us, but what are we going to do to contain it? And so as she gets started on that ritual, Alistair casts Identify on Priscia because he is still just misbehaving. And as he does the Identify on her, he feels this very weird phenomenon where basically the pain in his leg is gone. He gets cut off from Undolith, and when he looks around at some of the people, their magical essence is gone, and that's as he's touching Priscia to do this Identify spell. When he lets go of her, and steps away, everything comes back. And so he asks Prisha about that, obviously, and she says that she worships Osteál, a god named Osteál. Alistair, with a history check, does recognize Osteál as a god of disruption, like an obscure god that he remembers from school. Okay, so then Gwen does legend lore, and we have this amazing description of what happened, which is basically the Nathless is like a kind of a snake sort of creature-ish, snake-like, and is just hungry all the time, and like anything that comes into contact with it usually will start to change into like endlessly hungry, like monstrous creatures that, as they see them in the legend lore, the party realizes they have encountered before, and have fought plenty of times. And these are beings of primal hunger, and it's almost like a sickness that will spread with the Nathless. So the legend lore vision shows that Cavish and the other elders with the family basically did this ritual, because each of them had something to contribute, to basically trick the Nathless into a maze. So can't kill him, but the party had gotten the hint before that, like, you can't kill this creature, but you can trap them. And so that is what Cavish and the family did way back in the day, hoping, keep them trapped. And then the sickness is still raging and still spreading, but at least the source of it is contained for now. And then they tried to, isolate themselves. They didn't really fight it that much, but isolate themselves and avoid it. Okay. Then Alistair and Prisha have tension again, because Alistair is pushing her about New Moon being able to protect Alyssa, and her being that rod of destruction, and the pros and cons, and how they should definitely let him at her, and he promises that he'll be a good force and help her and the party. I don't know if Prisha ended up believing him or not. Then as they're talking, Kara notices that vultures have started circling and some creepy stuff is happening. And a bone army starts marching out of the woods, and Kara figures out that it's a mirror who's around and lurking. And Prisha does something very cool with her staff, disrupts something, I don't know, but anyways, she's now the general of the bone army. They're following us. It was super cool. And Amir ran away, and Kara is rolled a nat 20 and is feeling on top of the world about this, and is like, we're gonna have no problem going into the Violet Court. As this was happening as well, though, Prim suddenly hears from Esalise, who's like, where have you been? And Prim suddenly realizes that this whole time, as she's been talking to Esalise and seeing Maeve around and all that stuff, it actually wasn't Esalise, it was Amir. So that was pretty creepy. So Esalise is back. I don't know if that is better than Amir, but that's not great, probably. But things are back to normal. And the bone army forms a corridor and points us towards a path to head towards the Violet Court. So the party starts walking with Prisha at the front, just super awesome, commanding her army, getting us through the forest. Prisha also summons her crusty pig friend, who shows up and as the kind of comfort and companion. And Houston and Miri love the pig, so they're playing with him and feeding him marbles and stuff, and just having fun as they follow the bone army further into the forest. And as they keep following this path, both Prim and Kara start to notice red eyes in the bushes of tall creatures, but they can't really make out what they are. And as they keep going, they start noticing something in the distance, and it's this massive rib cage of a giant that's suspended, and on top of it is this closed white flower. And as they start getting closer, Prisha starts to realize what this might be, and the flower opens, and I believe Joe described as kind of like a corpse flower. And Prisha approaches, she scatters bones, and Gwen helps her light them on fire. And this green flame comes up, and inside the smoke, Prisha like calls on Osteál because she's like, this has to be Osteal's throne, I guess. And as the smoke and the green flame comes up, we see a being in the flames that has ram horns and is a satyr, and they're burning bright. And that's where we ended session, with Prisha about to talk to her god.
Beautiful. Awesome. Rachel, thank you so much. Please take that point of inspiration. Well deserved. Man, a lot happened last session. Holy cow. This is gonna be another one. This will be another session.
Right now?
Right now. Happening right now. Cool. Anything else to add, friends?
I think the only thing to add is Gwen told everybody about her deal with the Raven Queen, but said, don't worry about it. She's just going to leave her on red for like 364 days. So.
And we said that's definitely not going to go badly for her.
No, it's fine. We're not going to worry about it right now.
Definitely not. We've not had recent things happen involving the Raven Queen and any other campaign too. So
Gwen doesn't know that. She's got 344 days left. It's fine.
Time.
According to who?
I have a year. And it's only been it hasn't even been a week.
It's been like some passage of time. Also, Feywild bullshit.
Yeah.
That does not count. It counts from the number of days that Gwen has spent. Never mind. We'll talk about it at a different time.
Mechanically, Alistair and potentially Gwen are at least 30 feet away from Prisha.
No, Gwen's right next to Prisha because she helped her do the fire.
Even better. Alistair's off by himself. 30
Beautiful.
feet away.
Yeah, you might be by yourself. I don't know where Ara is. I think Kara has him on a leash.
Well, I think we can set. Nope. Okay, for the new people, we do not have a character on a leash right now. Just
No,
gosh.
we
No,
don't.
stay there. Stay there. Sorry.
I do bite.
Oh my gosh.
I meant one of those backpack ones that you put on like kids at Disney World.
You know, sometimes every once in a while, and
90s.
it's been a while since it's come up, but every once in a while people have asked me like, hey, do you guys like would there ever be a point in time where you guys would like do like a Comic-Con like sort of, or not Comic-Con, but like a con sort of thing where you guys would like run a game on like it live in person? And I tell them no, because of this reason.
No, this is the reason why you tell them yes.
No, Jess and I and Hannah cannot be in the same room together.
Welcome to
no.
the Unhinged
Ben
Arcana.
and Jess are not allowed to
If you
sit
want-
next to each other in person anymore. That's
It's
just a rule.
If you want to actually grow your audience, you would say yes, and you would put us all in a room and just let us unhinge.
Sorry, you put me and Jess next to each other. We kidnapped
Yeah.
people.
Unhinged Jess.
Unhinge us on the world.
Beautiful.
I think me and Hannah in a room would actually destroy IALS.
Actually, probably. It might
And
actually
Brandon,
be harmful.
it's me, Hannah, and Brandon. It's the unholy trinity, guys. No.
My Tuesdays just opened up. No.
So speaking of, I guess speaking of Unholy Trinity, whatever you guys are talking about, you guys want to play some D&D?
Yeah, let's
Please.
do it.
Their dad.
Let's do it.
Wait. Okay, now.
Wait.
Okay.
Oh God. Okay.
Just adding one more enemy to the battlefield every
That's what
time.
I'm doing. No, it looks like
It's literally
all
just
of
a
my,
mini of Joe.
all of my music. What? All of my music has reset, which is annoying. Happens every once in a while. Okay. The scene opens up slowly. The Unearthed Arcanum in a dark forest, surrounded by beings of bone. Surrounded in this moment, focused on a single being in the center. A large, monstrous figure. Taking up everyone's view as this figure stands at first about 30 feet tall and extends as the bloom opens up to this strange blackened obelisk-like shape, this bud in the center of this very bright and almost beautiful white petals that are thin. The trunk of this flower extends out to the rib cage and arms of what looks to be remains of maybe a giant of some sort, extending down into roots that reach and pull into the ground itself. In front of this massive form is a small circle on the ground, wrapped in twine and bone. In the center, white ash. As Prixa, you bend down, surveying your god for the first time. Grabbing the bones in your bag that you've always kept close. Casting them in the middle. And with your influence, one of you shoots a flame in the center. It immediately burns up the bones into a dust that swirls around a green fire. As you all commune, with your first true deity. Scene is yours.
I resent that. Mom is a god.
True deity.
Hi, I'm Miri.
Io says to Callisto with his mouth, you haven't met this god before? Can Io hear basically conceptualize Callisto's communication at all.
You look at Callisto as you've gotten closer into the space, and that brings up a very good point. Callisto looks at you and then seems to kind of like tilt his head a little bit as if something is disrupted in communication. Alistair, you cannot hear anything from Undalith. Prim, you can no longer hear Eslise. You're alone. More than some of you ever have been before. As this god works specifically in a way to temporarily break ties with whom you pull your magic from.
I think I start pacing a circle 30 feet around everyone. Just kind of trying to work out what's going on. How this god is doing what they're doing.
I think Prixa says, "Hi, she's Miri," for Miri.
Sorry, what?
I said, I think Prixa says, "Hi, she's Miri," for Miri.
Okay. No response.
Kara's just chilling. She's along for the ride. She doesn't know what's happening. This is pretty cool.
Do we have questions, right?
Yeah, we have questions.
A very long list of them, honestly, probably.
I had questions. I know I have questions. I'm having kind of a hard time thinking about them right now.
You know, sometimes it helps if one of us just volunteers, and if no one else wants to. Io eyes Kara and then looks right at Gwen and kind of gives her like a nod. Kind of like, maybe you might be able to word this better than I can.
What am I volunteering for?
No. Shiv, I'm not volunteering you for anything. I'm just...
So Gwen is going to... She's right by Prixa. Does anything feel different for her? Like, as far as... Probably not, because she doesn't pull her magic from anywhere, really. Anymore, anyway. We understand that you are the god of disruption, that you might have some understanding of how to circumvent certain natural order of things that might be set in motion. I guess the first thing that I'm wondering if you're able to share some of that knowledge.
Jess, roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Okie doke. Where's my character sheet? There it is. 13.
Okay. As Gwen says, first thing. Gwen, you continue to talk, but the rest of you cannot hear what she's saying.
Cool. I'm just wondering how how the natural order might fight back if we decide to fuck with it.
You all notice Gwen is immediately, seemingly, for those that aren't looking, Gwen seems to have stopped talking, or for those that are looking, something's wrong.
Gwen?
Do I hear them?
You do.
Gwen,
Yeah?
what the hell is wrong?
Gwen, what happened?
Prisha, roll me a religion check.
Prish, did we do something to offend them?
I don't. Let me see.
What are you talking about?
17.
17. You're not sure. But you do know that... let me finish. So you're not sure, but you do know that there is a sense of... You're aware that there is not a lot of beings in the material plane that would consider themselves to be a follower of Osteál. And you think that those that are most likely the only ones to be given the privilege to have this conversation.
When you say there's something wrong with her, what do you mean by that?
You see her basically seems like a silent spell.
Oh,
like
okay.
Gwen is, yeah.
Yeah, so Gwen would be looking at the rest of you going, what are you talking about? What do you mean, what's wrong?
And we lost Prisha.
Yeah.
Okay, really important for you to stick with around on this one.
So I'm assuming as Gwen is talking to the others saying, what are you talking about? What's wrong? They still can't hear her.
Still can't hear, yeah.
Okay.
I always... Can you just check on Gwen? You're just sitting there.
I can't even talk to my familiar, let alone...
I don't really care about...
Kara, can't
What?
you read lips? Can't you read lips?
Sure. Yeah, she's saying what is... I don't remember what Jess was saying.
Just, what are you talking about? What's wrong?
What are you talking about? What's wrong?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
No.
You can't hear me.
You can't hear me.
We
I
can't.
don't think he wants to talk to me.
I don't think he wants to talk to me.
But
this is very annoying.
This is very annoying.
Probably the more I'm talking, the more I'm making the thought.
Okay, pause, both of you. Are you in any sort of discomfort other than being literally muted?
Am I in any discomfort aside from being muted?
No, I mean, on your side, you have no like.
Yeah.
I mean, you assume as you see multiple people looking at you and telling you that they can't hear you,
Yeah.
you get the idea, but you're fully unaware of what's going on.
Yeah. I'm
Otherwise.
fine. I'm fine, Io. I don't think I'm the one who should be asking questions.
Oh, she's fine. She's just not allowed to talk to this god.
That's what I'm assuming.
Okay. All right.
What do you mean she's not allowed to talk to this god?
She said she's not the one supposed to be asking the questions.
That's the assumption that I make when I'm talking and somebody silences me, is that they don't want to talk to me.
She says that's what people mean when they silence you. They don't want to talk to you.
Okay.
Past experience has shown that that is typically what happens.
Was the past experience...
Never mind, doesn't matter.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Wait, no what?
Hmm?
Oh,
You know what you did.
No.
just
Kara, will you tell Gwen I said hi?
Can you tell Miri that I can still hear her?
So, Miri, everyone, Gwen can hear us. We just can't hear her.
Right.
And she says hi back, Miri.
I didn't, but okay. Hi, Miri.
Okay. So,
Guys,
Aura, it's okay.
Maybe, you know what? This spell would probably be really good for Aura right now.
I don't think I can convince him to try and ask those questions, though, Gwen.
No, I'm just meaning in case he freaks out again, he can just do it on his own.
Io
Maybe he needs a
stoops.
hug.
As this conversation is going down, Io stoops down and scoops Callisto up and is holding him like a scared kid holds their pet. Even if Callisto's kind of resisting it all. But yeah.
Callisto doesn't resist. I would imagine this is the first time you've done this before. Roll me an animal handling check.
Alrighty. Let's go ahead and burn that. Okay, that is not a bad roll. Let's add modifier. Animal handling is up top, that's why. I was struggling. Proletariat 20.
Okay, cool. Yeah, there's a moment where you actually like recognize like there's a like it's difficult to pick up Callisto, like kind of like a dog in a weird way. You're not entirely sure where he bends, and his claws kind of dig in a little bit, but you're able to kind of find a purchase that is only a little bit awkward.
Since Gwen can't talk right now, she is writing out some questions for Prixa. But Prixa might seem to have to make the first move here.
Yeah. I mean, there's the obvious question. I mean, my obvious question. I think as Prixa asks, or like as she's about to ask her first question, she grabs a couple more bones from her bag. And as she drops them in, is it possible to save Alyssa from the rod?
Who's close to Gwen right now?
Prisha and Io and
Okay.
Prim.
Okay. We'll say Prim and I'll go ahead and roll me perception checks.
Without killing her, if it's possible to add.
11 for Io.
Okay.
$12 for Prim.
Cool. All right. Prisha, as you ask this, you notice that the flame starts to flicker and dance a little bit as it releases some of the bone dust into the air, and you see there's this movement of, it would seem like wind, except that you can feel that the air has never been more dead here, for lack of a better word. It's as if there's wind movement just happening just in this fire. As you see a rib cage extended out in this reflection of this kind of white dust, that you see starts to change color, going from a deep molten red to an icy white blue, and back and forth, and you can see in the center of it a single, trying to think of a way to explain this, but a single, what looks to be anatomically correct heart. That sits in the heat and the seeming heat and the seeming cold of this ribcage, untouched. And then everything vanishes. Which tells you a couple things. One, all of your answers are going to be pretty much up to interpretation. And in this case, I will allow you to roll to be able to better understand some of these. But that is kind of how that will go. As you have never heard your god's voice, and you think there's a possibility that it does not speak.
Was it a human heart?
It looked like an anatomically human heart, yeah.
Thank you.
The weird thing where I'm just like in my head, like it's not like a heart, because that would be totally dumb.
How specific would you like me to be if Prisha's rolling to better understand something? Like, how specific is the thing she's trying to understand do you need from me, I guess?
Okay, cool. I think I kind of understand what your question is. It's a hard thing to...
Cool. I think this one is like her most important question to her. Is it possible that I can try and get a better understanding of that?
What are you trying to understand about it?
I think Prisha's has an idea about what the ice means. Like that heat versus the ice. But I think she's wondering, is it another rod? Is it like, how does... I think she's just not quite sure what the instrument of like cooling down Ignivirus is supposed to be.
Yeah. It's a good question. I would say there is really no way for Prisha to know at this point. Above board, Kay, you would know, but Prisha wouldn't.
Okay. Horde. Okay. Wonderful. Does anyone else have a question?
Gwen would hand over a notebook with the question she first asked, and it would say, when you disrupt the natural order, how does it fight back? The natural order of things set in motion, how does it fight back?
Okay. I think Prisha, I know Prisha grabs a few more bones, and she's going to repeat the question.
Okay. What was the question?
When the natural order of things is disrupted, how does it fight back? Okay.
I think Joe doesn't understand the question.
It's very
So-
abstract.
It is a very abstract question.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I'll think of a better way to put it,
Okay.
but I'll take it back.
I will say above board, you guys did send me questions.
Yeah, one of
This
those
might
was
be a
the-
time to
one
use
of those
those.
was the diamond question, which Kara
You
can't
guys
ask
are-
if she doesn't know.
I understand you guys are playing your characters, but there is a point where like we do have questions here.
Yeah.
Can you ask him real quick, like who's his counterpart? This thing. If he's disruption and that's his, can you ask him that for me?
Oh, yeah. Prisha throws more bones in, and I think this is just going to be the way that works for her. Who is the counterpart to Osteál? What is the opposite of disruption?
You see the dust begin to move and extend out and showcase at first just a frame, almost seeming like a picture frame, and then you see the particles sort of start to kind of make out a face. Not huge detail, but you can see it looks like a human, short hair. It's about all you can see at first, and then you see that there are pieces and extensions that seem to kind of start to pull away from the eyes and the mouth, extending out into several eyes and several mouths. The faces themselves seem to, their outline seems to kind of move and move in the direction of those other eyes and mouths as multitudes start to appear.
Someone want to translate this for me?
Io was studying that image. What would you like me to roll to try to make sense of this interpretation? I think he would have basically been focused on one, this short-haired human face. Does it look like either a popular religious figure or maybe even esoteric religious figure that we would have studied, or when it splits into the eyes, even the I guess he's going from a theological perspective of, does this seem like anything that we would have taken in our more esoteric religion type coursework?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Roll me Roll me an investigation check. I would say history, but in this case, it would be investigation check to get the right answer.
17.
Okay. With a 17, the first thing, like you really try to like focus hard on like, okay, eyes, mouth, face, structure, maybe the frame, the design around the frame, maybe gives some sort of clue. Like focusing on the details and really trying to kind of like hone in on like, what does this remind me of? What sort of figure is this? Tier is this? Like that? Like, is there other like sort of things you start to kind of like pull apart to, and you like start to kind of come to some sort of like little bits of like, oh, maybe it's this, maybe it's this, and then you kind of zoom out a little bit and realize that the face looks very familiar before it seems to extend out. Looks like Alistair.
Humanity. You just hit like in direct response to Alistair's question. Humanity. It looks, at least here's my read on it. It looks like you, man. Think about it. Disruption. I would have thought the opposite would have been true, though. The opposite of disruption being, you know, humanity? That don't make no sense. So, I don't know. That's the take that seems the most apt, but why else would it be you?
Not all humans look the same, Io.
I know you guys all don't look alike, but you're, in a way, you're kind of, how do I say this? You kind of represent an everyman in a sense.
Do you really want to keep going down this route right now?
Hey, if you have a different theory, let's hear it.
You guys, this is. How are you all just sitting right there next to this thing? Like, I don't. This is.
I feel like if I move, this guy's gonna take my bones.
Right now, we are in a position where pretty much the only option we have right now is to learn what we can. And I'm taking that opportunity to learn what I can. Anyone else?
It's not forever, Alistair.
I appreciate that, Prixa. I really do.
Does anyone else have a theory? Because I do have a question.
It kind of just looks like everything to me.
Huh. Disruption. You're undead. Natural laws. Everything.
Progress. It's progress. It's advancement. It's anything that brings order to the world, which is not really an answer to the question I had. This is fine. This
life. Maybe the answer to your question. Actually, I don't think that there's. I don't know. I feel like it would be fair that Io would assume what Alistair's actually asking. But I fully am fair. I'm fully cool if you think that I should roll to kind of interpret what Alistair's real question is.
You do you, man.
Okay, cool. Al, I'm thinking there could be a chance. Who knows with this who knows with the answer we just got? That the question you're asking currently might not have an answer.
Everything has an answer, Io. That's everything.
No, I don't think you're hearing me. Maybe that spot ain't yet filled.
The universe demands balance, Io. There is no way that one exists without the other. then this is
Okay.
not gonna last forever, right?
You see something. I rolled a nat 20 on it. You see what I would describe to be what seems to be kind of the head, but it's not really. I'd say like you see like there's a kind of like movement in the petals of this a little bit at that statement that Alistair has just said. There needs to be a balance.
I think it agrees with me. Everything.
They are the
Prisha,
essence
with no religion check required, you know that's not true.
Oh,
That
no,
there doesn't need to
man.
be balance.
It was not agreeing with Alistair.
I don't think that's right. I think
I've been
maybe
disagreeing with Io the whole time.
no, I don't think it thinks it's right. I don't think that balance is right.
I feel like you could have ended that sentence's 2 words earlier, and we'd have been fine.
I think you're kind of a jerk.
Prish, I just stress does not bring out the best aspects of all of our personalities. But if you would be so kind, maybe another question? So switching up shores a little bit, switching up the sails. So my last name is Duval, and I want to know, has Osteál disrupted the Duval bloodline? Because tieflings ain't known for being super normal, but usually you tend to look a little bit more similar to your parents or have traits that your parents have. And I don't. Could they have had a hand in it?
I can ask. Bones, have you disrupted or changed the Duval bloodline?
This is what we're doing.
You see the dust start to spiral up fast, making this almost this strange sort of like ladder that ends up being curled in on itself. Ludus kids, you may or may not, it's up to you guys, recognize that it is a breakdown of a very specific sort of like biological substance, above board DNA. And you see there is a moment in the center of this where something seems to break off, splinter. And you see at that center there is this sort of speck that seems to kind of float. This like kind of almost like one of the rungs of the ladder, just kind of like floating into nothing. And you see it kind of just forms this eye. Kind of looks around, and then the pieces of the eye seem to kind of stretch out. The like eyelashes that extend start to kind of wrap around like teeth, and pull everything in. It disappears.
What color is the eye?
The eye was white.
Huh. Okay. And I think Io definitely any kind of genealogy analogous class that would have been something he would have studied. So, I guess investigation again. But
Sure.
yeah, he was studying that probably even closer.
Yeah, I'll say like I mean like you can kind of decide that on that part. Like so you kind of like recognize this as like there'd probably be like a different name for it in this world, but I would say like just it is like the concept of that like kind of like genome sort of spiral. What'd you get in your investigation?
This time only a 13.
13. Okay.
Why is the eye white? And I think that's probably what has him fixated. He's like, so that definitely ain't the great other. What the hell is that?
You notice that the big thing you got from that, even with the 13, is that it seems like the concept of your bloodline, the idea of what makes you a Duval, has been fractured, which is, I mean, not necessarily news to you. That's something you kind of figured in a way. But it has been fractured from something that seems that in the idea of even that eye, because I would say like it's not, there was no iris at all. It was just this like kind of like white and like probably like a very like small kind of like almost like dot like pupil, and the like kind of claw around the eye itself. Everything kind of points to this very strange sort of what you've classified in what has been classified in Ludus as like eldritch resonance. But yeah, I would venture. I mean, it's not a satisfying answer.
Yeah, I think he's looking down. He's looking down at Callisto, and he's like, "Shit, this is." I mean, I could have figured that one out myself, but I guess I got to offer my thanks to a damn god. Could you tell them I said thank you, Brish? Thank you.
Io says thank you.
If we're just throwing out personal questions, maybe you should ask it about, what you did to trap the rods. Maybe we should figure that out. I mean, if we're just going to ask personal, well, you're the only one it seems to talk to.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant, what do you mean I trapped the rods?
Well, I mean, seems like this figure could probably answer that question better than I could. Just ask the question.
Prisha throws the bones. Prisha throws the bones in, and she says, "What did I do to trap the rods?"
Of creation.
Of creation.
There you go. Thank you.
Is this something that Prisha really wants to know?
Peek behind the curtain, one of my questions was why Undalith is mad at her. Like what she did, like if she could have her memory back to know. So I think as affronted as she is at Alistair for asking, I think she does want to know. I don't think she thinks it's that, but if that's what Undalith said, I think she wants to know.
Okay. The first thing you receive, and it feels different than the other pieces because it actually seems to kind of like linger instead of end, and giving you the idea of like that is the end of the answer to this. But you see a skull start to form with the mouth itself having this like kind of strange sort of wire wrapped around it shut. You see the skull itself has this sort of strange sort of flower that blooms kind of like in its sort of like abstractness. I would say like it looks like it's kind of like blooming inside the skull. And then it starts to wither as the wires start to fall out of the mouth.
Oh.
Or she can roll me an insight check if you'd like.
I have a feeling she gets it, but investigation, you said?
Insight.
Insight. 17.
As you are figuring this out, you feel like you can feel Alistair directly behind you, with his hand on your shoulder. Flash of genius.
What does that do?
Plus 5.
Oh, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 20. I don't know how to do math. 22.
22. Say 22. The beginning part of this answer is a warning. That is essentially saying there is a reason why this was hidden away from you. Because what it may do is take away the life that has been seen blooming in your mind.
I think Prisha looks at Alistair and do I have to?
No. You should. But you don't have to.
You Kara, I think you're close enough. I would say like you see Ara was about to like interrupt and say no, and was surprised by Alistair saying no.
You see Prisha dig into her bag and get a bone. And she drops it in and just says, "Tell me."
You see that skull kind of turns its head down a little bit. Eye sockets kind of focused towards you. And nods. you see a depiction looking very different here, as if a scene is taking place. The dust itself kind of sparkling in only like variances of color for a moment, of like representing a green of grass and the brown of Prisha's horns and hair. You see above Prisha there are these four glowing objects. All different colors. Red, green, blue, and white. You see a formation of a satyr bounding up, almost playfully, snatching them from the air, one by one. Turning around to something that you can't see, and nodding. And then continue to skip away. Pressure, you can roll an insight check if you'd like.
Joe, that is a perfect diamond 20.
Okay. The first thing, the thing that kind of Prisha hangs on to in this moment of self-realization, I think, is that it seemed like you were following someone's direction. That you yourself didn't trap the rods. But you certainly took them. And placed them where they are now. In that moment, you recognize all of the pieces of things that you don't remember. Where you were, where the things about a life that seems to have existed before you, but you made no recollection of what it was, the lost sense of self. In the, that nat 20, in the moments that was briefly described on the other satyr, that the rest of UA has met, who shares a similar story. You think that that is the reason that maybe all satyrs lost their memories. So that if one day it was found out who it was, that it was a satyr, they'd still not be sure which one.
I'm so sorry.
In the space of this time, could Alistair have walked up to Prisha? I'll step between her and the ritual so that she sees only me. We're good here. Ask another question.
Okay.
Whoa,
Okay.
whoa. Brish. Only if you good. You have free will, regardless of what you've done or haven't done. Are you good to keep going? Is this something you want to see through to the end?
Above board for clarification, I'm assuming Alistair is saying you don't need to go through with this anymore. We can move on to anything else. That was the clarification, yeah.
Okay.
I have more questions.
All right.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I will say this god is not one that is very comforting in moments like this.
She's used to Dunmother Udrys. Girl's never had a well, that's not true. But
I mean, even in the idea of like you saying thank you to something, you know, that was for the person that I think it was Io. That's like, it was like so that Io heard, like, you, like Dunmother Udrys like constantly would tell you to stop saying thank you. Just do what you need to do. That's it. Like, it's, you know, those types of things would be considered to be frivolities in this religion.
I think Prisha shakes her head, looks at Alistair, nods, and produces another bone from her bag. Anyone else, or am I going again?
I do have a question, if you're okay with it, Prisha.
You all
Let's
hear
go.
Gwen.
Oh, I can talk
Oh,
again.
welcome back.
Thanks. Okay. We have a diamond that we are going to use to take over the Violet Court. I would like to know if the consequences of using that diamond can be disrupted and not taken by the wielder, circumvented by someone other than the wielder.
Okay. Prisha drops the bones in, and she repeats the question.
Do me a favor, just ask the question in your own words as I'm pulling this up.
Okay. The diamond that we're going to use to take down the Violet Court, can the consequences of using it be circumvented by anyone but the wielder?
Or for the wielder, I think, is it? So the wielder.
For the wielder. Oh, circumvented for the wielder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Kara, roll me a d20.
I hate you. Do I need to? I have inspiration if needed. I will put that out there now. Because I rolled a 3, and I don't think that's good. I think I want higher. How's an 18?
Okay. You see the flames kind of crack, and the bone that you've thrown in actually takes a second to break apart, and you see it kind of glowing as if this is a question that is requiring thought. You see a hand coming up of bone. You see that the hand itself seems to be the skeletal part of it seems to be kind of like almost dripping or disappearing, like kind of like melting away as it is holding this strange geometric shape. It seems to change in its shape as it continues to kind of try to recollect itself, as it is pulled back and then thrown forward. And we see the arm begin to vanish. Or sorry, the hand begin to vanish, but the hand itself was not the one that was originally holding the diamond. And we see behind it a mask of ash start to form just for a second and then seem to kind of fall away into what looks to be this like kind of like strange sort of like canister, almost like a jar, as a seal seems to kind of come over it and shut it. And it falls away.
What do I roll for that one? Insight?
I would say this is investigation.
Oh, damn it.
I will allow Prisha to roll insight.
But I have plus 11 insight. Okay. Jesus Christ. I don't know where that dice went.
Prisha's reading the god. You're reading the
16?
sign. Okay.
Prisha, did you get a natural 20? I love you if you got a natural 20. I love you, Kay, so much.
It wasn't gonna be, and then it bounced off the edge of my, like it bounced to the wall and bounced back into a 20.
Okay. My heart.
I love my Prisha dice, guys.
Okay. Cool. So, Prisha, we'll just handle the nat 20. Prisha, with the nat 20. Actually, I would say for a 16, Kara, I will say that you are feeling like that hand seemed to disappear into a mask, which represented something about maybe like the Dusk Queen, and that seemed to be something about something connected to you. Maybe it's all sort of fuzzy. So I think in this regard, it might even be something where you're like kind of having to roll with disadvantage because you're not entirely sure what you don't know about yourself. So in that regard, I think you get like little bits and pieces, but not what Prixa gets. One of the biggest things that you get here is the end of that sign showed that whomever was holding the black diamond was destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
So the black diamond will destroy the wielder's name. Inevitable. But in that interpretation, the bone itself was starting to kind of melt away and reform into something else before it completely disappeared, giving it an idea that a name can be removed or set aside before it is erased. If someone were to use the diamond who is already nameless, they can't be lost. Kiki, that's what you get with a 19 on the die.
16 on the die.
Well, the other one. The one that you rolled, the d20.
Oh.
And Prixa, that's what you get with the natural 20. A very complicated answer. But not impossible. A choice that, in a weird way, you've already kind of like, in a strange way, that you've kind of come close to that sort of version yourself. But if there's a way to become nameless, or to put it in the hands of someone who is nameless.
I'm not talking to Missing.
Please, someone say Missing's name in front of Prixa.
I'm not talking to Missing again. No.
Kiki, I hate you.
Love you. I'll roll with disadvantage if you give me.
I'm fine with you getting it. I just don't like that. I just don't like how quick you got it. Son of a bitch. All right, go ahead.
Missing.
You're the one that gave us Q&A with a god.
Missing is off fucking around in Hossimal. They're not.
Which is why I'm.
Oh no, your players know the lore.
Oh no. Oh no.
I felt I was being so clever.
You were.
You were.
But there's 6 of us and one of you.
7 of us.
Don't try.
Oh yeah, there's 7 of us. I'm here.
Don't try to make me feel better.
Your lore sucks.
God.
Rachel, did you know the answer?
Nope, you just spoiled the whole campaign for me, thanks.
See, exactly. There you go. So, Rachel.
I forgot. I'm supposed to message my thoughts.
In Rachel's defense, Rachel has no idea who Missing is unless they've been watching previous stuff.
Prixa only, if it helps, Prixa only knows the name Missing. Knows nothing else about them.
I'm mad. I'm done.
Oh no.
Arnar.
Arnar.
Ema.
God.
It's the echolalia for me.
What else do you want to ask this god? You're in front of a god.
Prisha's gonna throw a bone. Oh yeah, okay, Miri.
No, Prixa can ask her questions.
No, please.
Oh, you know mine's gonna be
Dan.
stupid. Please.
Thank you, Dan. I appreciate
Please add
it.
some levity, please.
Okay. Alright, I have a question. Please.
Yeah.
Can you ask Osteál, like, how's he doing on advisors? Because I currently am top confidant for the Queen of Dusk and Dreams and the future Queen of Air and Darkness. And now I've got this bone army and this kind of yuck pig, but I'm training it to be a war pig. So anyway, I've got a lot of potential. So I'm just wondering if there's any spots.
Prisha doesn't know the word acquisition, but I feel like
Also, Kara, you give Miri just immediately just passing a resume onto some stepping stone.
Kara's
Huh?
just crossing her arms, staring at Mary. She's proud of her. You do you. Girl boss. Girl boss,
make that
as close
bag.
to the sun as you can. Make that bag. I support you.
Houston is meowing very loudly because she forgot her general.
Yep, that's true.
Is this what the
Oh,
concept
also
of
I
Vodka
have
Beer looks like?
Houston is helping me train the war pig. Also, Houston can fly.
You used your possible promotion to get a top level job at Staples.
I'm so torn between like railroading me. No, fuck it, we ball. Prisha drops the bone in.
We're not.
No, I want to see where this goes.
Have you just lost your minds?
Yes.
We're in front of an
Yes.
actual big G god, so
You don't know what kind of openings he has. You have to ask.
If you don't ask, you don't find out.
Miri wants to know if you have any openings for generals, because she's currently the top advisor to the current Violet Court Queen and the future one, and is training Fuff to be a war guy, and like just tears streaming down Prisha's face as she like tries to ask this question. Just like, so what do your positions look like?
Small correction. She's the current advisor to the Dusk Queen, not the Violet Court. Different
I'm
things.
sorry, the Dusk Queen.
Also, please tell them that I have references. I can be very disruptive.
She has references.
Awesome. Who's looking at Miri right now?
All right.
Me.
yeah, Io's looking right at her because he's like,
Yeah, I think we're all looking at Miri.
Great. Before your very eyes, Miri turns into a full skeleton.
Oh shit! Like a bunny, like a jackalope skeleton.
Like there is
Do I
nothing
feel
left
it?
but a skeleton.
This
I
is.
You don't feel anything, no.
So I
This
don't know. Okay.
This
I mean, you could
is-
look down.
Ah!
This is
And then I
why.
start clacking bones.
No.
She's fine.
Why is she enjoying this?
She's
What?
Miri.
Are you really asking that question of her? Have you met her?
Is this permanent, Prisha?
I don't
My-
know. Probably
I guess
not.
we'll find out.
anyone
It's
else's
probably not.
Prisha, roll me a
Roll-
religion check.
Yeah, that's like a that's a nat one, my friend.
Yeah, you have
The
no
dice are
idea.
And they take it away.
Click that, click that.
Miri, how do you feel about this moment?
I mean, she does think that she's adorable, so she's a little sad to be a skeleton, but also it's pretty badass, so she's fine.
Okay.
She can always, like, put on furs. She could just take someone else's fur.
Oh my god.
Okay. I want to be very clear on this, Rachel. I am asking a very important question here. Are you sure?
In exchange, do I get to be a top aid advisor general to Osteál?
You cannot join my circle! Fuck it, we ball.
Can I roll? Can somebody roll something? Anybody?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody roll something.
Do I get to be a top general confidant two-way god?
I'm sorry, I
This is
didn't
what
roll
I'm
good.
asking.
I rolled an 8.
Miri,
Is
roll
that the
me.
feeling I get as a skeleton?
Gwen rolled the natural one.
Roll
on
me
the
a
model.
medicine check.
I'm into it.
That was no shit.
This is insane. I love it.
I got a 14.
Okay, cool. You feel that what you're I will tell you, you have no idea. Like, to answer your question, you have no idea. But the exchange is for you to become undead.
Oh, man. No, I don't want to be undead. I still want to be Miri. I'm just
It's
offering
not so
some,
bad.
like, nah.
It's not so bad. You literally can't do what Kay is doing right now.
Do what?
I said it's not, as
eat
Prisha says,
cookies?
it's not so bad. Yeah, Kay.
You can eat. It just doesn't do anything.
It's just well, yeah.
Prish, maybe.
Am I gonna look
now
like the
it-
pig? Because I don't.
Yes.
These sorts of things are usually irreversible.
and pretty.
Also, they usually can tell you what to
If you were-
do and where
A
to
lot of the
go,
folk,
and-
yeah, a lot of the folk who take this kind of deal, they kind of tend to have buyer's remorse, meaning they regret their decision after making it, and
You were cute as Miri. You're
yeah,
less cute as a skeleton.
Let me.
You're not
do-
not cute. But
Do you like to be told what to do? Because that's usually
No.
what top advisors have to do. Like they get to
No.
sometimes tell people what to do. but
Advisors
usually-
tell the other people what to do.
Yeah, but
this is
Sometimes
this is
they don't
this is
listen.
a boss of discord, meaning everything kind of works opposite. Definitely works opposite. Ios full lying here, by the way.
Yep. So it's up to you, but it's kind of an all or nothing sort
Yeah.
of thing.
hey, Miri, this might settle it for you. I think you'd have to listen to me.
No one
Mm,
should have to listen.
I don't think so. Okay, well, I'm passing on the promotion. Thank you.
Cool. Miri, you say that you're still a skeleton.
Oh well.
I think that she doesn't want the job.
Prisha, roll me a persuasion check.
Oh shit, Miri, you are boned.
You guys are dealing with a god right now, and you're playing literally with fire.
Get it? Boned? Huh.
Haha.
Roll good.
Don't get in that one.
17. Okay, cool. Miri, you feel your skin come back slowly.
Hmm.
I hope that hurts.
That looks
Oh, does it look cool?
excruciating.
It doesn't hurt at all, but everybody around you is having to make mini Constitution saving throws to keep from puking.
Prim throws up.
I'm
Prim just
still
yeah,
holding
Prim's
Callisto.
Yeah.
I'm still holding Callisto. How is
Okay,
he
she's
handling
still trying to
watching
get as
this?
many clacks in.
Oh, he's fine. Callisto would be fine with that. That doesn't bother him at all.
Just her skin, no fur. We just have like a hairless jackalope.
You know what? Yeah, Miri, you are fully hairless right now.
Dang it.
She
You
looks
still have
like
your
a
clothes.
She looks like a naked mole rat.
hmm
You just hear, I hate it here.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun. Can Houston keep me clean? And then she goes to Houston to see if he'll lick her. I don't have fur anymore, so yeah.
Let me roll something for Houston. Yeah, he does. He'll help you out. Oh, Gwen is going to look away.
If I said to my wife, hey, so UA is meeting Osteál, the god of resurrection and disruption tonight, do you think...
This would be on her bingo card?
Yeah.
No. Fuck no. Welcome to Unhinged Arcanum, guys.
Unhinged Arcana.
100%.
Okay. Bone. Pot. Is there any way that I can help my friend Titian with whatever's happening in the Leonin afterlife?
That is a tricky one.
Speaking of missing.
Yeah, the solution is to get Missing to destroy himself using the diamond.
Literally.
You just get the exact same answer.
The exact same answer. Oh, what's that?
Okay. As Prixa throws the bone in, we see immediately a large flame extend up, showing for all of you a giant skull of of what looks to be like some sort of like feline creature. You see a thread seem to extend out from the head of it, pulling it higher and higher into the air to come up to this large sort of depiction of a tree. Where it rests for a second, and then we see these large long fingers extend out and grab the skull and pull it, and the whole thing disappears.
What does that mean?
Roll me insight check.
Uh, 18.
What you see is something that doesn't necessarily answer your question, but does confirm what is going to come to pass if something doesn't change. Titian's afterlife that he shares with all Leonins will be taken away. And not just his.
Quick lore question. Do Tabaxi share the same afterlife as Leonin?
No.
Oh, okay. It's okay. Ada went to hell anyway. Anyone else have a question? Like maybe what we're gonna do about the Nathalis?
That is a very good question, how we can trap or destroy the Nathalis once we've made use of it.
I almost hesitate to ask because, well, maybe that's not the right thing. I just kind of wonder if Osteál could have saved me from the Nathalis' prison and didn't.
Well, I hate to bring it up, but if we defeat the Violet Court and that thing is still loose, we may all end up in that prison again if it wants to put us somewhere like that. If we don't find a way to destroy, disrupt, circumvent that.
Fair. Prisha's gonna toss a bone in. How do we trap the Nathalis after we've made use of it?
Roll me a d20.
6.
Okay. Prisha, as you ask this question, you feel there is a momentary sort of point that as the bone gets thrown in, you see there is a instead of the embers growing around it, it seemed to almost like die suddenly, as if Osteál is considering not answering any more questions. And I will tell you mechanically, we start at 1, and we go up each time. So every question after this, you have to roll high enough to get it answered.
So we're at 1 or we're at 6 now?
And we're at 2.
Oh, heard.
You see a figure kind of spiral into view of a serpent. Skeletal, as most of the depictions are here, but this serpent seems to be biting and consuming its own tail. Continuously trying to eat itself as it continues to grow. You see there are 4 sort of like pillars that seem to kind of extend out around it. One is a depiction of a lion. And you see the spine of this lion seems to kind of glow. You see on the other one, a bird. And you see its kind of like sternum seems to glow. You see a humanoid figure and it's the like sort of like skeletal representation of its legs start to glow. And then you see another version. The fourth pillar is another version of the same sort of image that is in the middle, that same sort of serpent eating its own tail, as it is a smaller version depicted there, and you see its skull start to glow. At the end of that, as they all kind of sort of like kind of collapse in on each other, there's this singular sort of bone that I would say, Prixa, you see is kind of like an obligatory sort of like, it could be from the thigh, it could be from an arm. It's very kind of like similar in shape of some sort of ligament. You get the idea that that's not necessarily important, but then you see as it kind of like flips, it turns into a key that kind of just drops down into the flames and disappears.
Are we rolling investigation to understand this?
Sure, yeah.
Would Arcana be good too, or to understand it, or investigation?
Also,
Investigation.
I'm gonna definitely roll for that.
I got a
Also,
14.
Okay.
If I'm thinking, and Io similarly is thinking, this is representing some type of mythical creature. Would that still be investigation or like what? Would it still be like the same kind of roll, or what would I be rolling here?
What's the question?
Basically, I'm thinking this is representing some type of I'm thinking, and therefore Io is thinking in this case, that this is a creature that is locked away that we have to find. And with that kind of perception of knowledge, would it still be investigation for this, or would it be something else, like history?
Yeah, I
or-
would say just roll me investigation.
Okay.
Gwen got a dirty 20
Okay.
for investigation.
Gwen beat me, so I'm not even gonna give mine. It was a 18 though, in case it's needed.
Okay. Yeah. So Io and Gwyn, you both kind of get a you get an idea that each of these pillars themselves is not a specific sort of creature you're supposed to find, but a representation of several things that would need to be collected from examples of these different creatures. So the lion's spine, you see lions often depicted in the concepts of warriors or kings, leaders, I guess, but typically in any sort of like in some sort of like a representation of either violent or martial sort of prowess. You see the spine as a representation of that creature's courage in defining against in definition against like any sort of opposition. There would need to be along with this, especially Gwen with your dirty 20, you get the idea that this must be someone who would be considered to be a worthy warrior or leader that is willing to give up their spine, so to speak. for the bird, the sternum part, you get an idea that this is more, again, very similar to like sort of like the lion itself, is representing someone who is either traveled or someone who represents a place that is not like a common ground, like the air. The offering of the sternum signifies some sort of idea of a voice, or possibly heart. The humanoid. Humanoid's a little trickier, right? Usually a definition of concept of mortality, or you imagine in this case it kind of like might lean a little bit closer to that, considering who you're who you're talking to, in terms of how Osteál seems to view what you assume to be humanity. It could be someone who has endured, someone who is of what Osteál would consider themselves to be the opposite of. So someone who would consider themselves to be a part of an order or natural distinction of something. And the legs, like the thigh bones especially, usually represent some sort of representation of either journey or endurance. Something that would be traveled with, so most likely like carried, possibly. And then, so the last one is the serpent, and the serpent skull specifically. Serpent itself, usually a depiction of cunning, not necessarily evil, but something of high intelligence. And the serpent skull itself is usually considered to be sort of like the skull would be like representative of someone's, usually around someone's the mind or ideas, can be perceived as from where they speak from, or it might be something that they feel like represents, like looking at like a serpent, the concept of like a serpent doesn't have a lot of parts to it. It is a head and a body, and it's mostly identified by its head. So it's could be something around the idea of identification. And the last part of it would be the kind of like the tether of that, the representation of that bone not being a specific sort of specific part at all, of any part of the body, giving a sense that it could be like almost anything that is going to be turned into a key that is left somewhere. All right, Kiki, decipher that one.
I have a guess.
Okay.
Well, apparently Kara had the key because she undid that shit like that. She was in there 3-4 hours. Sorry, Prisha.
For real. I mean, I have a idea what number 4 could be. Actually, Brandon had an idea of what number 4 could be.
Okay. Are you going to tell us or no?
Oh, sorry, Ada's skull. Because
Okay.
Alyssa saved Ada's skull.
Interesting.
Interesting.
A high-end character. I think she was high-end.
I mean, it's also a serpent skull because he's a backstabbing.
Well, yeah, exactly. And Ouroboros doesn't exactly mean like a snake person. Someone who backstabbed and like went against their own best interests. Maybe.
Okay. Cool. All right. What's next?
I don't have any more questions, I don't think. That he can answer.
The god.
Does anyone else have any questions? I mean, yeah.
I do, but again, it's something a little bit more personal. You know what? Not gonna have another chance like this for a while, probably. So fuck it. Grinlatla. Have they met Grinlatla, and do they know why they want to die?
Casts a bone. Do you know Grinlatla? And do you know why they want to die?
D20.
Me? Oh,
Yep.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
13.
Okay. Okay. For this one, I'm going to actually have Io roll me a d20 as well.
Okay.
There's a possibility that they have not met.
15.
Okay. As you see the flame extend out, we see this dust seem to kind of spread up and around, showing something that is massive, especially for everyone here. Actually, truly, only Io has seen this creature. So as you see this very large, almost like draconic-like head in its design, as the pieces have to kind of spread out to represent it. You see there is a moment where the skeletal sort of frame kind of falls behind this creature. And you see there is another figure behind it. Something that Io, you are the only one that is able to kind of even glimpse a possibility of recognition, something otherworldly. Io, I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw.
$11.
Okay. The reason why no one else is feeling this same thing is because the shape itself does not make sense to them. But for Io, what is causing a space of panic and stunned expression, which I'll allow you to go into, feel free to kind of wrap it around what you think, is because you feel like you have a familiarity with this thing. What happens to Io?
So as Io's looking at this thing, he's completely transfixed, rigid, and you see all of the eyes on his body, even like all the ones on his arms, obviously his two, and even his forehead eye have opened up. They're all, at first they were like, since it's kind of like dead magic zone, they kind of looked milky and kind of like not really attentive. They're all beaming right at it, at focusing, and as they're focusing, they're slowly turning from their typical golden color to orange to kind of just like bloodshot, and then they're just starting to cry blood.
Okay.
And that's literally all he's doing.
Okay. Check your messages, Dan. As you are surveying this creature that is that seems to be pulling this strange figure that is much larger, or maybe just further to screen, or like further up front, is pulling it back, trying to bring it into some place that it does not want to be anymore. The depiction of this creature is, I would say, for you all, say for you all, it is actually, I would say, there's a world where Gwyn and Alistair, roll me a history check.
$27.
26.
Ooh.
Wow, guys, nice. You see a figure that has this sort of strange, almost like fish-like appearance. Somewhat at first, kind of like the kind of depiction of what you assume to be Grenlotla, but it seems to have multiple sort of appendages extending out from it, in long, kind of reaching sort of frames. Everything, like its arms and its legs are way too long, as it is its shape of its body is not humanoid at all. It's something that almost seems like a cross between like fish-like and also maybe insectoid-ish, as it is wrapping its arm around this like sort of serpent creature and pulling it back in. 27 and okay, 27 from Gwyn, and then
26.
26. Okay, cool. Yeah, so both of you guys, there is mentions of things that have been categorized in the unexplained as something that would be from a plane that is known as the Far Realm. Often referred to as, I would say, in scholastic things, of things that have just not been defined yet. And yet would be the big, like, kind of like thing there. Io.
Yep.
What do we start to see happen to you after that?
So after that, as he's been transfixed by this, you see his spots have always been kind of more of a purplish pink, like a duller magenta. They've now become a straight up bright magenta. The horns on his head have been more fleshy. Now they're kind of taking on more of a spiky conch shell texture, and they're, like I said, noticeably spikier. And the third eye, it was small enough where he could basically just pull his head wrap down and it's totally invisible. It's grown about probably twice the size, and you could probably like pass it off as like an oval shaped gem on his head if you're not really looking at it too clearly. But now it's you can't what you call it, disguise it. And one more little change, because I gotta really sell the Eldritch factor. If and like his mouth is kind of agape as he's been looking at this, like normal people, even though his teeth are shark shaped, are like shark spade shaped teeth. Now he has another row of teeth that are coming in right behind them.
All of this, Io, you are physically feeling changing in you, as pain seems to push from your head and from your teeth, as if your skull is stretching. You take 16 points of skull stretching damage.
Skull stretching damage, okay.
Also, I would say Prim and Prisha, you guys have been, or no, sorry, Gwyn and Prisha. Roll me perception checks. Roll low if you want.
Nat 1, Joe.
So
Cool.
the one time you tell me to roll low on perception, I get a natural 20.
Wow.
A nat 1 and a nat 20, that's insane.
Incredible.
Well, it's
Prisha,
really
you're
an 18, but
yeah, Prisha, you're kind of like focusing on what's like happening in the flames, and you're trying to kind of like sort of define what this means. Gwyn, you hear the sound of bones snapping
great. Love it.
in Io's direction.
Gwen is just going to look over at Io and just go, "You okay there?"
Hasn't responded to anyone. It's a rattling, like a death. He's making a death rattle sound, like not even really like able to really scream. Just
Blast.
Yeah, and that sound continues through this whole transformation that takes just a little too long. And apparently the rest of you guys are okay with it. like me guys are. Oh, I see. Clinton's going like, I'm not touching this. This is
Just processing.
yeah.
The sounds,
Pretty nasty.
Give me a sec, buddy.
Prisha, you're not hearing a thing.
we are in fact so not okay with it.
Okay, fair enough.
I have to ask Joe, how's Ara with this?
So yeah, we'll roll a perception check to see if our
Jeez.
17 on the die.
God.
So yeah. Ara is watching. Guys, this is not. Oh! And just kind of like leans over and hurls.
Yeah.
He comes back up and goes, "Oh God, are you dead? Are you dead? Please be dead."
No, we don't want him dead.
please
Are you
don't.
alive, Io?
Oh, still going.
wait. It looked. You guys saw that, right? On Grudy's back, it looked familiar. It looked familial. Y'all saw that,
There's
right?
some connection.
So it wants to it wants to die because did my progenitor do that to bring my patron to heal? And why does everything hurt so much? And there's like each kind of struggling to talk too.
That sort of moment as you're seeing that creature like kind of like being pulled back, Io, you're looking into the flames. The image itself is gone for everybody else, but I think Io, for you, you're still sort of like seeing it, not physically, but like being aware and seeing that look of like pain. Of an existence of a thing that no longer wants to exist, but can't just let go unless something comes and takes it away. And with that, we'll take our 10-minute break. See you guys in 10.
slapped by Prixa.
I'm all set.
Oh, hey, we're back.
We are back. The worst of Io's transformation is seemingly finished. Ara says, I'm so sorry, I'm not gonna be looking at you for a second. And it's just facing the opposite direction. Actually facing the skeletons, which are not that much better.
I mumble in deep speech. When the void calls out, you're not supposed to answer.
What happened? And then responding in deep speech. Translated. I was the one who called out. I asked the question. I just didn't expect a reply.
You should always expect a reply, Io. Gwen will also talk in deep speech.
Why are they gurgling at each other?
I don't know.
It's a mating ritual.
Maybe
I don't know.
Maybe the thing really kind of changed everybody, and it's going to change you and I next.
No, I think I'm okay. Maybe changelings are unaffected, but it was good knowing you, Ara.
I hate you.
We can
No, you
still
don't.
we can still speak common. That's
From
merely
gurgles.
I'm gonna look right at Ara,
Oh my god, you see?
and I'm going to say to Ara in Primordial, I'm just gonna say to him, you should listen to Kara.
Oh, now she's growling.
No, I feel like I kind of recognize that one.
You're okay then.
Okay, I think she's just fucking with me.
Of course I am. I'm gonna talk to him now in Infernal.
Okay, all right, you can stop. That's where is that sound coming
Ara,
from?
it's fine. Just ignore it. It's fine. We will.
But she was
Make it
moving her mouth, and then she stopped moving her mouth, and sound still came
that's
out.
just how this stuff
She-
works.
mhm.
And that one's in Draconic.
She does this sometimes. You should have seen when she was talking about blood for like 36 hours. It's fine.
I don't want
Yeah,
to be
that
in
was
this
really
group
fun.
anymore.
That one's in Celestial. He's just talking.
Same, buddy. Same.
All right, Gwen, we get it. You're a nerd. Please stop.
I'm just trying to make him feel better, Kara.
Sounds like you're trying to prove a point.
Yuri's getting a
showing
bath
him
from
that-
Houston and just like,
Anyone
"Shit,
else
can I have
has
some starter bones? Because she
Anyone
thinks
else
that
have a raging
Osteál did
headache?
whatever the hell happened to Io.
Yeah. Also, Miri, you're still hairless, so
I know, that's why she's getting a bath from
yeah,
Houston.
beautiful.
Can I have starter bones?
Starter bones?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, to
And she turns around so Houston can get the other side.
okay. Prisha's just gonna hand her a handful of bones from her bag.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. And then she ties them to her hammer.
Cool. I like it.
With ribbons. Io, how are you feeling? You look crazy.
I've got a raging headache and ow! It feels like it. Did the new eye get bigger?
I don't know.
Kyle, that's
a lot
like
of
the
stuff.
smallest thing that changed about you. The eye getting bigger is like way
My horns-
down.
Yeah, my horns usually didn't feel this hard either.
I I think maybe that's something you should only share with your girl.
I said my horns, Gwen. You have horns too.
Look, I'm just trying to make this a little bit less weird, and it's
think
not working.
I think I have a new set of teeth too.
Mm-hmm.
Io. Okay, maybe I'm going to regret asking this. What else do you have a new set of?
The scar I got from when I was traveling with Nalani's a bit different too. It feels a little. Those bones?
Just kidding.
No, those. That might be
Just
teeth.
just as full unhinged in Endgame.
I don't want to gross anyone out, so maybe we can call it quits right now on the IO body discovery hour.
Don't like
today.
that. Let's not call it that. Can we please
Body
move
shame
on?
him, you guys. This is just
You wanna-
how he is now.
Do you want to try out your new teeth? And she like puts her arm out.
I hate it here.
Mary, I don't know what's going. See, I'm even not even calling you by your nickname, Two Step. I don't know if I bite you, something weird might happen to you, and
Oh.
You have lycanthropy now? What is happening here?
I don't know. I'm 27. I didn't think you usually go through second puberty.
That is not what just happened. I can assure you that.
It could be. We don't need all of teaching whatever he is. Teaching plus.
Yeah, that's kind of why I asked
Tiefling
Prish.
plus
That's why I asked your
Barrow?
god the question, because I was trying to figure out how the fuck someone with devil blood or demon blood gets all of this.
Yeah. I like the pink of your spots.
They're pink now?
They're pink.
Is it okay? So is it like a?
I think
is
you
it
might
like
glow
a?
in the dark, Io.
He's totally glowing in the dark.
Hell yeah. Prisha, I think, comes up and does that thing that like the darkness thing on one of his spots. Just ooh.
Bioluminescent or whatever that's called.
Bioluminescence.
That's new. I can do that now. Can I turn it off?
I don't know, can you? Maybe we save his science experiments for when we're not in front of a god, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you guys are in front of a god.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I was hoping that's how my fur's gonna grow back with pink spots like a cow.
I am not.
You know
like
what,
a
Miri?
cow.
How
If
yours
anyone
do.
can do it, I believe in you.
Yeah.
Well, just having an IO, it
Cool.
could happen to me.
Sure, we'll go with that. Oh boy. You know, somehow I'm a little bit over the fear that we initially had while being here. At least in the moment. So that's something. Anyway, how do you politely ask if we can leave a divine domain? Because it might be time to do that.
Does anyone else have any questions?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Prim.
I saw what happened with Mary. I have a sneaking suspicion the answer is similar.
You want to work for my god too?
It was more trying to deal with Esley's, and based on
Ah.
that reaction, I think I'm
Wait.
good.
You don't like her?
No.
That is a whole other conversation.
To be fair, you and I already have our own issues, so like there's a lot
Fair
here.
enough. Fair enough.
But
Heard.
to put it plainly, if there was a way to get rid of it, cool. I just don't think this is the way to go about it.
Yeah. I mean, if we're gonna decide to leave, honestly, I think we just leave.
Do you mind if I just take one of your bones for a second?
Oh, yeah, actually. And she's gonna reach in her bag, for the roundest bone that she can find. Like, just the most button-like bone she can find. And it doesn't have any holes in it, but she's gonna hand it out. It's probably like an ear bone or something. It's very small, probably.
Maybe one slightly larger. I was kind of, I appreciate,
Oh.
was,
Okay. She's just gonna hand you another. Do you want one too? Takara.
No, thank you. I
I'm
was
racking my
more
brain
concerned-
on the
I was-
circular bone. And I'm like, I don't think they're
Well, I'm
feasible.
sure she's like whittled it down.
Oh,
Like,
okay, all right, okay.
I'm gonna write a question onto the bone
Okay.
and then hand it back to Prisha.
Okay.
Can you just drop that in the whatever it is that you do?
Oh, I had not thought about that, but that's really smart. Okay. And she's just gonna put it in there. Anything happen?
I'm thinking. Clinton just sent me what it was. Prisha, did you just drop it in or did you read it?
I don't think that she read it because I think the act of writing it on the bone was probably so that she wouldn't.
Okay. Well, just a reminder on this. Like, Gwyn was asking Osteál straight up something, and the response was, "You're done."
Oh, right. Okay. Okay. Well, I've just been messaged. Can I retcon that a little bit?
Sure.
Okay. Then yes, she does read it. Does she have to speak it out loud?
I don't think so.
Okay. So she's gonna take it, and she's gonna read it. And I think she just kind of looks at Alistair. And she puts it in.
Okay. You need to infer the idea that this is a question that you want answered, though.
Yeah. I don't think Prisha likes Alistair very much, but I think that she understands, or at least can sympathize with the idea of being haunted and like dealing with, the monster inside of him and Undalith.
Okay.
And I think that if we're asking personal questions of her god, that this is worth this is something that, she would want answered.
Okay. How do you manifest that to Osteál?
Without asking it out loud. Oh. Damn. I think that instead of dropping the bone into the fire, I recognize that it is actually fire. I think that she kind of lovingly places it in the fire, like sticks her hand in it, just to be like, this one is important to me. Like the sacrifice of potentially burning herself.
Yeah. Sacrifice that is surprisingly not punished by pain. There is a long enough pause that for everyone else who has seen this go on assumes that nothing is happening. Alistair, give me a Constitution saving throw.
$27.
You feel for a second as you're kind of staring into the flames with maybe an intensity that you have only kept for the most desperate of questions needing answers in your life. And you feel your hands start to hug your sides a little bit more. Than you normally would. It feels unnatural. And you feel pressure everywhere around you. Pushing down, in, up. And you feel this sense as you, I think you change your viewpoint on the fire, but then looking at the center of this figure, this strange deity, this self-deciding master of something that is fully against everything you believe in. You feel in this moment that this figure could absolutely, with ease, break you. It has not moved. It has remained almost a statue. The petals themselves seemingly kind of like moving every once in a while, but in the presence, that moment of feeling not pain but intense pressure, you feel that there is a pause. That seems to beg a question. Is this enough? Or do you want to go deeper? You say yes to it? Okay, give me another Constitution saving throw.
Artificer, man, he gets +8.
I would like you to tell me what a... Okay, so +8. Thank you. That's actually the question I was going to ask.
There you go.
Actually, why am I rolling this? Roll me a d20.
You got it. $11.
Okay. 11 with your +8 makes it 19. You feel a voice all of a sudden kind of pushing through the like kind of this radio sort of static in your head of other Alistair. What's going on? What's going on? What are you doing? Alistair, what are you doing to us?
We always knew we needed to find the answer. So we're asking a question.
Not like this, not like this. You're the logical one. You're the one.
Yeah.
This should not be coming from you, Alistair. Ow! Alistair.
Yeah. Just let it happen.
Please stop.
It's just an answer.
Roll me another d20.
It's a 9.
Alistair, you know who this is. You need to let go. This creature should not have this hold on you, on us, on what we're... Alistair, you know that I cannot die. So if you let go, if you lose this fight, I will stay where I am, which means that someone else is going to pick me up and someone else is going to continue my journey, and something that you are never going to be able to see the end of. Alistair, I chose you. I chose you. Don't do this.
You chose me?
Yes, I feel... Alistair, I am tied to you in this moment. I cannot die, but I do not want you to.
Die here and no one finds you. You know that, right?
You fucking little ingrate. You know what she's done. You know what she did.
Yeah.
You know what she did. You're going to let me stay here forever? You're going to do this to me? You can't do this to me. You can't. You can't. Roll me another Constitution saving throw.
Oh, 24.
Fuck, dude.
No, that's not right. That's an 18. I'm sorry. I added my number to it. That was an 18. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Okay, cool. With an 18, you lose half your hit points. The rest of you all see Alistair is in a full. Alistair goes basically horizontal, but is being held in the air by something you cannot see, as if he is laying down, and you see. You see something wrapping around him that is it is equivalent, like any like sort of like leftover sort of like things that would be like flowing on this is wrapped tightly around him as if something is squeezing him.
Prim runs to him.
Yeah, Gwen's
That's
already
always
right
fun.
there, and she's trying to unwrap whatever's around him. Prisha,
That
is
is
this what's
good.
happening? Is this your god? What is happening to
don't-
him?
I don't
What did
think
he
it's
ask?
mine.
You see Alistair is bleeding from the nose and ears.
I would like to cast Healing Word at a 4th level on him. If possible.
Alistair, roll me a charisma saving throw as Undalith refuses any healing from this creature.
How can she do that? We're in front of Osteál.
16.
She's in his head, man.
Prisha, what's your spell save DC?
15.
God
damn it.
You hear screaming expletives from this creature who has tried so hard to seem like she is your friend, she is your confidant, she is the one that is going to be able to help you and to guide you through the rest of your journey. You little insignificant creature, as all of it is being pushed aside and her true nature is coming out, berating you.
Alistair, drop the cane.
What's coming out, wrapping around him? Is it coming from the cane?
No. You see nothing. All you see is like essentially you see Alistair's body is crunching into invisibility.
I understand now. Okay.
Yeah.
What did you do, Al? What did you do? Prisha, you've got the power here. Is there anything you can do?
No, I expended so much of the staff trying to control the bone army.
Prisha, as you look at the bone that you lovingly placed into the center of the fire, you recognize that in this moment you accepted that this was something that you wanted an answer to.
Gwen is gonna try to do a 6th level dispel magic on whatever's happening to Alistair, focusing on the cane, because
at the same time, can I grab the bone out of the fire?
Yes.
Great.
Gwen, as you cast that, having a hold on your magic that does not come from another source but you. You're not sure whether or not it worked. Because, as Prisha said, at that time, as Gwen is doing that, I reach my hand in and grab the bone up.
Perfect.
You do feel the spell expel from you. And you see Alistair collapse to the ground. Alistair, they're still with you. But at least in this moment, you know who is truly not on your side.
Gwen is right there, like kneeling down, taking his head into her lap, and I don't know what you asked, but I hope you got an answer.
Look what I did for you. Look who I became for you. And you were willing to get rid of me that quickly. I thought you were more. I thought you were destined for something great. But I will rid myself of you the first chance I get.
Cure wounds at a 4th level.
Makes you think I will ever let you go. You need me just as much as I need you.
Alistair, you hear your own voice. I'm sorry, I had no idea. I didn't... I let her in.
We let her in. We know that we are still in control. We can stop her.
Not without help.
I'll look to Gwen.
Not just her.
Hey?
But remember, we still need her for now.
There's not a single bit of me that could forget that. But I'm saying we may need help from someone who has done this before. And you feel your gaze move towards the satyr who is staring at you.
Al,
Make us... Yeah,
are you good, man? God,
we're good.
man, don't scare me like that. Don't scare us like that. We in this together, right? We still in it, right? Okay. Thanks, Prish. Thanks, Gwen.
Can I heal you?
Prisha, as you asked that question, you recognize that there was a question that you had for Osteál that you decided you'd rather not know the answer to. And with that, that conversation is put to an end as you see the flames die down and the flower resume its bulb.
Think she leaves one bone next to the fire on the off chance that somebody else comes across this who worship Osteál and they don't have one. And then I think she steps over to Alistair.
Take a point of inspiration for that. That's super cool.
Thank you.
Be very clear. I completely disagree with everything that you're doing here. But thank you. Sorry if I made you feel otherwise unwelcome.
I showed up in your party and disrupted what you had going on. You might be the only one who had a reaction I expected.
We will likely need your help in the future. As I gather, you'll need ours. With the girl. These. When that time comes, please reach out to us.
I'm sorry. I didn't know. It's not an excuse, but I didn't know.
Alistair, I think in this moment you realize that through this series of events, not only did you learn who you can actually trust, you got an answer to your question. And the answer is no one.
Gwen, can you help me out, please?
Yeah, of course. She was.
Thank you for the offer, Prixa. But sometimes pain is the only thing that's ever been there for me.
If you ever need a break, I'm here.
I don't I don't think that you could or anyone should bear this burden.
And you... Then thank you for taking it on so no one else has to.
Ready to leave?
Yeah, I think we've had enough revelations for the week.
Kara, Roll me an Arcana check.
I can't just nerd do it. What is my bonus? My bonus is 0. Okay. 14?
The little memory in the kind of deep sort of corner recesses of your mind, the like little sort of bits of spells that you're able to at least understand, maybe not cast. You're aware of what that magic feels like here, or magic feels like, to the point of knowing that there is no way that you could be able to cast it right now. And you also think in that same vein that no one could cast anything to you either.
Okay.
You recognize where you are, looking even past the forest eventually, as we've mentioned before, like seeing the scattered sort of red eyes in the far distance. They're not, whatever it is, whatever these things are, some of which you've seen before in your scrying, they're not attacking. They're not coming forward. It could be because whatever's here, whatever this is, this area, it exists. It exists outside the court, but that's not true. That's not possible. It is in the court. This is the Violet Court. That's what this is. That means that Osteál is in this court. So why are they not approaching? Could be a real fight right now. Maybe they're waiting for it to not be one. Or maybe someone's trying to contact you and you haven't been able to receive it.
I'm sorry. Who's they? Who are these red eyes I see? I'm so lost as to what's going on right now. I'm terribly sorry. I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Last session, when you guys were moving in to this kind of like following the sort of like procession here on this, there were creatures that were on either side that seemed to be kind of pushed away at bay, kept on the outskirts of where you guys are coming in, creatures of this forest that may be under the Queen of Air and Darkness's control. Most likely is. They're waiting for something. And I'd say up until this moment, for whatever reason, you haven't been entirely aware of why they're waiting, and now it kind of occurs to you that maybe because of who you're with and who you're around magically, who has been identified as creatures that are able to disrupt, keep out magic. That there's a possibility that someone's trying to contact you.
How far am I to the perimeter of this place? Or is it just like within 30 feet of Prixa, essentially, that there's an issue?
Yeah, you're not entirely sure. It's hard to tell. I mean, as far as the perimeter itself, it's a clearing in the center of the forest, so it could be Prixa, it could be what was calling you in, it could be just the idea of you being in the presence of this large, strange creature.
So I get the idea that if I leave the zone, someone can contact me?
Possibly.
Do I get the idea that if I leave the zone, I'm stuck out there alone and I can't come back?
There's nothing to tell you that's telling you couldn't come back.
Okay. I will try to leave the zone. Whatever the zone is.
Okay. You all see.
She's gonna say, we should rest here first. I'm just gonna scout the perimeter.
Stay within shouting distance. Code
I
word.
will. Yes, I will.
Buddy
Alright.
system.
Your guys' code word is fuckboy, right?
Yeah.
I'm already gone.
Buddy
As I will say
system.
this because Kiki is taking the moment of like, I'm gone. They're allowing me to go. I'm going. I would like everybody to roll me an insight.
Why
check.
couldn't I roll insight on these things? Why do I have to roll Incarna? Or are they rolling insight on me?
They're rolling insight on you.
Okay. So I get to roll deception?
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah.
I should be able to roll something.
It's a situational thing. Is the issue? Yeah. Okay. Roll me a deception. Yeah, for sure.
That's a 21.
Oh, well, that's a dirty 20.
I got a nat 20 plus two.
Motherfuckers.
17.
I rolled 2 nat 20s and 2 nat 1s this session.
Dirty 20 with disadvantage?
I hate you all. No, I'm joking.
Incredible. I mean,
Not
I like I said, I'm giving them the option after the fact to understand. So you're already gone. You all recognize that the perimeter in this case has been clearly defined by the skeletal army that is surrounding you guys.
Oh, well, yeah, there's that.
There's that. So that's what you guys are rolling for. As Kara's like, I'm gonna check the perimeter and has to move past a skeleton guard to do so.
Miri yells, "We're fighting stuff!" And then
Not
she
yet.
jumps,
Not yet.
and then she jumps over the skeleton army.
Okay, all right, cool.
After Kara.
All right.
Why are you going alone? Well, if she's going alone, I'm going with. Come on, I'm gonna follow you 2-step.
I
3
guess
steps
we're
behind.
all going.
Might as well.
No!
It's like, I'll stay here.
I mean,
Friend-
let's go this side
Have
of the room,
fun
but we
storming
should
the
go back to find out
castle.
what's happening.
Prim, why are
That-
you? All right, give me
No.
the reason why I shouldn't be going.
Let her do her shit.
She's already like halfway around the world by now, probably. We should at least be closer to where she.
I could
left
catch
the
up to her
perimeter.
in 2 seconds. Like, I could beat it, but
Kara, roll me a
no.
stealth check. You're in a dark forest. Roll me a stealth check.
Could.
I
The rest
Just-
of us can't.
yeah, just let her.
Exactly.
now?
Win,
Holy
wins
fuck.
point.
That's a dirty 30.
Okay, cool. I guess I just was just having you guys roll this so you guys would feel guilty about letting Kara run off. Is what I'm saying.
Guilty.
Kids of the dirty 30. I don't know if anybody can beat the perception check.
No one's guilty about Kara doing dumb shit. She does it all the time.
Of like not recognizing, like, I'm gonna go check the perimeter. Okay, all right, you do that. Wait, shit, what?
That 20 wouldn't get me to a 30, so.
Yeah.
You can go. That's fine. I'm just not, because fuck that.
Yeah,
So,
that's fair.
Gwen, do you want to try sussing it out? Cause
I didn't want to go before.
oh, that's right. I guess I can't let 2-step go
already
by
gone.
herself.
It's,
Fine.
he's gonna
We'll do
shout
what we
"fuckboy"
always
if
do.
anything's wrong. We'll hear probably.
Can we choose?
Miri, roll me a perception with advantage because you did bound after Kara
Pretty
before I
fast.
had
She
Kara
is
roll
a-
stealth.
She's a rabbit.
Yeah.
With advantage?
Yeah.
I'm not joking. I got another nat 20. but that's a plus. Would I get perception?
I'm gonna say with a nat 20, you find Kara.
Oh, okay, because it's 26.
Right? Like, I mean, you're in that same. Also, Kara being alone in this forest, having Miri is not going to make that much of a difference here. I think having Miri here is enough to see just kind of Kara standing in the spot. I imagine.
I don't know because I don't know what's happening.
You will. You give me a wisdom saving throw.
All right, Amir, you've tried this before. No joke. If this is Amir, this guy cannot win. That's a 21.
Nice. Okay. The DC was 20
Holy shit.
because this is an Amir.
Oh, oops.
I know why you're here. I understand. A mother's love for her child. Strong magic. I also know who you've brought with you. But I wonder, is it worth sacrificing the lives of these people you call your friends? I offer you a fair trial. Meet me alone. And I will give you one chance to take me down. No one else has to suffer for your mistake.
Is this just a voice, or do I see her?
It's just a voice. You get a feeling
Right.
that she controls most of this forest.
Yeah. Can I insight check the truth of the offer? Would she actually do it alone? Would it be a just you and me thing, or is she trying to fuck with me? She's trying to fuck with me, but is she truthfully trying to fuck with me?
Go for it. Is this a real offer, is what you're asking?
Yeah, is this a real offer, or am I going to show up to an army if I go alone? Plus 11, 27.
I'll give you advantage.
That's another dirty 30.
Sorry.
Kara, I give you advantage because not of your changeling side. But you grew up in Dare's Wharf,
Mm-hmm.
in a place where people are used to fighting dirty. There's no way a queen would descend her throne to give a chance to a desperate mother.
I know a false promise when I hear it. And a coward who sits behind her armies and thrones as well. You fear me that much that you wouldn't face me yourself. I tell you what. You give me my daughter, and I take these lovely people with me, and you never have to see or hear from any of us ever again.
What would a changeling need of a daughter?
You see, it's not about what I am. It's about mortality. Family means something different when there's an expiration date on your life.
How dare you talk to me about family? You had your chance. You will watch your friends die.
Above table, Gwyn told us about the Raven Queen, right?
I think so.
Okay. She's gonna say, or you could surrender with grace, and we could send you to someone who's sought you for many years. Sorin, I think was the name.
Oh. Its name to go spilling out your mouth. I will make sure that you watch not just your friends, but every loved one you've ever held dear break in my hands. I will cross over and take every mortal that has ever met you and wish that they never have. I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, this is very bad. Zzz. Oh, this is very bad. I'm sorry, I'm really scared. It's a natural one.
Okay. Miri, do you want to do anything in this moment?
Can I give Kara my inspiration? Wait.
Yeah. How does Miri do that in game?
Can she hear the voice at all, or she just sees?
No.
She's just spying on Kara and sees her talking.
No, I do think this is kind of a situation though that you are hearing one side of the conversation though.
Yeah. Miri knows, she does have sense enough to know that Kara didn't actually want her following her and that she's doing something strange, and we're outside in the forest with the Violet Court, so she knows, like, it has something to do with their mission, so she's just gonna, like, sneak up to Kara and, kind of just, like, hug her ankle a little bit and be like,
okay,
and kind of look up and just be like, I'm still your top advisor.
Okay.
I love her.
Right. Don't roll on that one.
The fleshy rabbit.
Yeah, it's like a naked jackrabbit.
It's not a natural one, but it's a 13.
Okay. 13 still fails. Miri, you go flying with Kara about 30 feet back in the direction that you guys came from, being taken into the air and being thrown with a force that is so hard that Miri, I need you to give me a dexterity saving throw to hold on.
Okay. I have something. I get advantage on dex against effects I can see while not blind, deafened, or incapacitated. Would this count?
I'll give this to you because of your like wild magic stuff. Yeah, I'll give that to you.
Okay. So dex saving throw. I got a 15.
Okay, cool. With a 15, you take only half this damage. Okay, we'll just do this.
Glad I spent
Ooh.
all my hit dice earlier.
That's a lot. 32, 35. Kara, you are flung with such force that in an extended sort of range of continuing to fly in that direction, whatever direction that was. Actually, I will tell you above board, it was to the right. And that might feel like it might either be a hint that you might recognize or not recognize. But as you're being thrown in that way, you feel like you're being pulled into something with a force that is feeling you know what? I'll just tell you above board. You feel like you're being pulled to the Queen of Air and Darkness.
Okay.
But you are passing Osteál.
Mm-hmm.
The god of resurrection, and more importantly, disruption. As a skeletal hand just comes out and snatches you from the air.
Baseball catches me. Okay.
That's awesome.
You do take 68 points of damage. Mira, you take half.
Oh, that's fine.
So
Could
that's
have been 69.
34.
Oops.
34, yeah.
Missed opportunity there, Joe.
Yeah, I guess
68.
trying to adhere to the die.
68.
6'8".
6'8".
Oh dear.
It's okay. I'm still up.
Oh, Sometimes
Hey, my
there's
hit points are at
fudge to
69. Nice.
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 There you go. See, it still worked out.
As Kara is flying through the air, I think she also tries to like stabilize Miri because she recognizes, oh shit, this rabbit came to help me. And I'm guessing he catches her up in the air.
He catches you. He does not catch Miri. Miri kind of like keeps going, but is able to land without like is taking that amount of damage in the landing.
The extra damage was smashing into bone. Got it.
Yes, absolutely, yes, yeah. There's a possibility, like the nat 1.
I could have been skewered on that bone. Yeah.
Well, honestly, actually, in nat 1, I think he misses.
Went to the queen. Yeah.
Yeah. And you wouldn't have taken any damage, so that would have been cool. You just would have went straight to the queen.
You good?
She would have set up her own showdown that way. That would have been very bad.
Yeah.
Prixa, can you tell your god to put me down?
Like truly like 80 feet in the air, like Kara, you were like picked up and then sent, like 80 feet up in the air. You see Kara just being held in this giant fist.
Prixa, wait. Kara, before you come down, I need you to promise me something.
Fuck boy.
You're gonna say the words. I will not go off on my own.
Miri was there. Oh, wait,
I will not go off with less than half the party until after we face the Queen of Air and Darkness.
I'm in a lot of pain and that's 50 feet in the air.
You
Then
can
say the words,
and
damn
it.
It's 80 feet in the air?
Yeah.
I'm sure she can make it go higher.
Can I?
I just really like
Can
Joe
I?
having to hold his
Joe?
hand up here
Yeah.
for
Hold
a
on.
period of time.
I'm listening. I'm here.
Can I? So, magic granted by a god obviously doesn't work here. Would my Misty Step still work here?
You want to Misty Step onto Osteál's bulb head?
No. I want to try and time a 50-foot drop and Misty Step to reduce the damage.
to do that instead of saying okay.
This is Kara. This is not someone you can
Where
do.
does your
Gwen, you're trying to tell Kara what to do.
I don't want to say no to things, but did you not get your Misty Step from Mask?
No, it's
I got it
from
from Neve. It's not from a god. That's why.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
Neve gave me Misty Step long before I even knew about Mask.
And Neve is not a deity by any means. Okay, sure,
Also,
yeah.
his tomb.
Yeah, sure. If you,
What do I need to roll to make that work?
So you want to Misty Step? What was it? 60 feet?
80 feet? No, it can only go 30 feet, so it's
30
80
feet.
I'm gonna have to drop roughly 50 feet, then Misty Step to stop my momentum, and then land.
Well, you're in his his clutches, so you're gonna have to Misty Step to get out.
Oh, I'm grappled?
Yeah, you are. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, it seems pretty safe to take a long rest up here.
Do you want me to
You know
go
what?
grab her?
No, it's fine. If she wants to go off by herself and land in whatever whatever got her in that mess by herself without anybody to help, you know what? Fine. And Gwen's just gonna go off and ignore the situation.
Beautiful.
Honestly, yeah.
Do you want to come down?
Yes,
No, you were
please.
up there.
Prisha, I thought we were friends.
Uh,
I was the only
For a
one
long
nice
rest.
to you when we first met you.
Prisha, you feel like the fact that you are friends might be the only reason why Kara is alive.
Mhm.
nice to her when we met her. I gave her
Gwen
feet.
was also very nice.
Prisha, you do what you want. I'm not your mom.
You're not mine
Mostly,
either.
mostly, selfishly, I just really want to do this. And I think Prisha does like this very dramatic, like, like to bring the bone down to
Okay.
like the ground.
Cool. Yeah.
Right.
Give me an Arcana check, DC 30, to control a god. Sorry, no, DC 50, but I'll give you 30.
I don't think I'm controlling the god.
You just went like this instead of like you made it seem like you were pulling
on a show.
You were pulling
over
this.
Show. Here's the thing, Joe. I am a druid with a -1 Arcana.
Good.
Roll a natural 20.
I need a nat 20, baby.
You
Dice
just
image
asked
and
the
the
god to put her down.
He's done talking to me and I rolled a nat 1.
Yeah, okay,
Which is
cool.
honestly
But
what I was hoping would happen.
you rolled a nat 1.
Sorry, Kara.
Yeah, you're stuck with the car.
I'm gonna take a long rest up here.
Beautiful. All right. Yeah. Prisha. One thing you do recognize is that it has been a long journey to this point, which is putting it lightly. Having a life that has been completely wrapped around the idea of following something, whether it was orders, or a person, or a deity. You recognize now that though you still have this power because of whom you serve, you serve a god of disruption. Which means that the concept of things like fate, judgment, the natural order of things, don't apply to you. What do you say to your God?
I mean, I think Prisha's first instinct is to say thank you, but she knows that that's not what you say to this god. And so I think she's kind of at a loss for words. Most of Prisha's worship has come like through the lens of Dead Mother. And I think that she just kind of doesn't know what to say. But I think if we're settling, like we're settling here for a rest, I think she just kind of sits and just like casts her bones and just, I think she spends a lot of quiet time kind of considering her worship, not exactly saying anything.
Okay. Would you say that there's anything that's necessarily changed for you in the realization of things that have happened here?
Well, without all the therapeutic processing, I think that yes. I think she feels a little bit unstoppable. Like, not unstoppable in like a I'm God kind of way, but unstoppable in a I am backed by a god that doesn't have to follow everybody else's rules.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she is really resolved to save Alyssa. And I think that's... I think she knows that she can do it.
Okay. Speaking as one who knows what they're capable of, Miri, what do you say when you come out of the brush?
I tucked and rolled. Houston, I need another bath, please.
Oh,
And
God!
with that-
Oh, it's just Miri.
And with that, we will end tonight's session. We'll see you guys next week. Bye.